I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Why my freaking stream froze, but here I am, beautiful people. I'll give y'all a few minutes to get here. So, that was just wacky. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm glad I have my streams already preset. So, I can just hurry up and hop back on. Baby, my picture froze. Like when I looked up, I was froze. So it looked like the stream froze on my end. So thank you. I'm glad I looked up. Otherwise, I would just been talking, looking like a fool with my mouth wide open. Oh crap! All right, doggone it. Hold on. And of course, oh, I was about to say, my blanket got stuck. Trying to fix this. Okay. So, you thought Bob times me out? Now that would have been funny to see what would have happened if... I don't even know if he can time me out. That would have been funny. I don't think he can, though. Still would have been funny. I would have gotten a kick out of it. No, but I can time Bob out. I can time everybody out, in fact. I know Bob would never do that to me. Oh, I wouldn't do that to you, baby. I think you know better than that. So welcome back, beautiful people. Sorry for the interruption. It's like I feel like there should have been like a public service service announcement of some kind. It's like, oh, commercial. Hello, one who possesses. Hello, Janelle. How you doing, beautiful soul? Just put you in your corner? Okay, baby. I can do that. Make him blue. Oh, make you blue and you'll time him out. That's funny, Eric. I mean, hey, baby, if you want to be a mod, I'll give you a wrench, Eric. Do you want to be a mod, baby? That'd be funny. Ouch. Okay. If you want a wrench, I'll give you a wrench, baby. Let's see. There you go. Okay, even flux. Let's get back to you, baby. So, I don't know if you're able to still hear me. But all I was saying is my insignificant other, he has a wealthy family. Like, I'm talking about old money type family. And so now, if I were to do a search on him, would it go back to his family? I really don't know. I'd have to, now I'm curious because you brought it up just to see what it would say. And maybe that would help answer your question, but I don't know who these people are to your lady that you got in question. She also claims to be from old money. Well, if it's like, you know, his family, then, I mean, I would think she'd be listed somewhere. But, the fact that she has a lot of followers, I mean, that doesn't tell me, or that doesn't convince me she's from that family. Because there's people who do have that many followers, subscribers, who aren't from a wealthy family. I've seen them on YouTube. So, she's like a Rothschild or Rockefeller. Okay. But that's not who she actually is part of. But that's, you're saying she's like, you know, she's claiming to be like a family that has that kind of money. But baby, that's not weird. I mean, does she post on there a lot? Because, like I said, I've seen other people who have over 1 million followers that aren't from a wealthy family. So, that doesn't convince me there. That's the only reason why I say that, baby. So, it's interesting, though. But let me see what the cards pull out. Let me pull the rest of these cards out, baby, for you. Let's get to the bottom of this. Spirit, show me. What's the present, Spirit? True. But then again, you know, she could also be the black sheep of the family, too. Hi, Saul. Yes, this is tarot. I know, baby. Well, hopefully they'll find me. Well, if they weren't subscribed, there was nothing I could do. That's why it's important for people to subscribe in case something like that happens. Yeah, I understand why you're saying that, baby. Hey, I'm not arguing for her, but I'm not arguing against her either. I'm supposed to be neutral in this. I'm just giving you, you know, from another perspective is all. So, alright, let me see. What's the present energy, Spirit? Alright. Show me what's at the core. At the core. Alright. What's the obstacles, challenges, Spirit? Obstacles and challenges, Spirit. Uh-oh. Okay. Nope. Possible future outcome, Spirit. Spirit showing me you need to pay attention to the red flags, baby. But let me see. Let me pull up. Oh, I need this deck first. Let me pull all this out. All right, Spirit. That's a past. Present, Spirit. Well, thank you. All right. Let's have the core, Spirit. Okay. What's the obstacles? Challenges. Thanks, Spirit. Outcome, Spirit. Let's see. I just want to see quick yes and no, Spirit. That's interesting. All right. Spirit. That answers that. But I'm going to do something else. Spirits. All right, Spirit, show me. Stop. Damn it. Stop. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, Spirit, now I need clarity. Show me. And one, Spirit. Clarify. The 8 of Wands here, Spirit. Clarify. 8 of Pentacles, Spirit. Holy Spirit. Okay. Clean principle, Spirit. Four Swords, Spirit. Okay. Pentacle, Spirit. Okay, Spirit. What's the advice? Show me. Advice, Spirit. What's the Empress here, Spirit? What's the Empress here, Spirit? Yikes. There it is, right there. Okay. Yep. Yes. Spirit. Show me. Spirit. No, Spirit. Anything else? Huh. Where'd it go? I saw it. Where'd it go? There it is. Yep. Oh, it's coming out for some reason. All right, even flux. Lay it on you, baby. Okay. All right, baby. So, if you saw me using, like this is, what's called a pendulum. So, this is another way, I can get like a straight yes or no answer, okay? Asking my spirit guides. So, I asked, just flat out, to get to the core of your question, if your lady is lying to you. And they said, yes, she is. And then I asked to confirm, is she who she claims to be, being from a wealthy family? I got to know. Okay. So then I also pulled 5 tarot cards, which each tarot card has either a yes, no, or maybe on it. If you ever want to get like a yes or no answer, this is another way people go about it. So I pulled 5 cards to ask the same question. Is she from a wealthy family as she tells you? Is she who she says she is? I got 3 no's out of 5 cards. I got 3 no's, 1 yes, and 1 maybe. So this tells me no. That, again, she's lying to you. Then I also went through, I pulled from one of my oracle decks, which is called this is basically Nigerian prince situation. I don't know what that means. Even flux. Are you saying like she's from like a Nigerian family? Or the old email scam? How people go out there, they catfish, claim to be one thing, but they're completely different? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I understand now. So is this what she was trying to do with you? Like trying to get you to set up a bank account for you to put money in it or something? Mm. No, jeez. Yeah, I mean, if she's not able to FaceTime you, I would say then it's a scam. But then you said you've actually met her physically in person. So you know, correct, right? You've met her physically in person. So, like, you've been able to physically touch her. Influx, right? You've been able to physically be in her presence and physically touch her. Okay. That's what I thought. So you've been able, she is this beautiful, gorgeous beauty on Instagram. That much is confirmed. It's just that you don't feel she's from the wealthy family she claims to be, and you feel like this is a romance scam, like she's trying to scam you and others for money. Yeah, baby. I'd have to agree, probably more so, because she's not, Spirit's telling me she's not who she claims to be, as far as being from this wealthy family. Um, and that's really sad that she's trying to scam guys like that. Man, she makes people like me look bad, and I can't stand that. Like that song, Gold Digger. Yeah. Baby, it's not your fault. You trusted someone, baby, and you thought they were being honest with you. You know, that takes courage to put yourself out there and be vulnerable to trust someone like that. And trust that what they're telling you is the truth. Because why would they lie to you is the question. But Spirit showing me she's lying, so. Hi, Bora Bora. How you doing, beautiful? You know, it's just sad. Because, like me, I want that forever love. I want that genuine, true, deep love with someone. I want that fairy tale. I want that happily ever after. I want someone that's going to worship the ground I walk on, who's going to treat me like a queen and be good to me like the way my daddy and my dad raised me, to have those high expectations and standards, and someone who's willing to build with me and grow with me and walk beside me and not be intimidated or feel inferior to me, you know, and it's people like her who make people like me look bad. And I hate that. Yeah, baby. I would report her, you know. If you feel, that she's genuinely trying to scam you and others, that's just sad. And I hate that. But, if she, you say she's gorgeous, it's easy for her to do because you guys are visual creatures. You like, a beautiful women who are easy on the eyes, we'll say. So, and she took advantage of it. Yeah, it does sound strange, baby. I gotta admit, even Flux, it sounds very strange, baby. I wouldn't, I mean, my situation's weird in itself, but a lot of people probably wouldn't believe even my situation, but one of my mods can tell you that I'm telling the truth because he's talked to my insignificant other. So, yeah, baby. I mean, there's nothing wrong with wanting someone who you find physically attractive. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need to see beyond that, though, to really get to the heart of the person. Learn to, learn to fall in love with someone's soul, before you ever think of like removing their clothes kind of thing, which get to know them on the inside. Try not to focus so much on their outer beauty. You got to look within. Do they have substance to them? Do they have a personality? Do they have morals, values? Are they kind? Are they considerate? Are they loving, caring, nurturing, thoughtful, generous? All those different things that are important to pretty much most of us out there. Those are the things you got to look at, baby. Yeah, I think she's probably played this game well, baby. Yeah, because here, guess what? You say red flags. What does that say? This is one of the cards I pulled. Pay attention to the red flags. So I feel like you probably ignored them, like you said. And baby, we've all been guilty of that. So don't kick yourself in the butt. We all have done that at some point with someone because we want to believe in, the good in that person, not, focus on the bad. It was bright red. Yeah, baby. Yeah, it stinks, baby. Because even this card came out too. Like I was pulling messages from my love oracle just to see. And this says warning. Don't dismiss the red flags here. So it came out from two different decks, baby. Red flags. And I also, where'd it go? Oh. Like Spirit's showing me she's trying to pretend to be like this Empress who's very abundant, who has her act together, who could be considered someone who has some type of wealth. But what came after that is the Seven of Swords, which is all about secrecy, um, pretty much being dishonest or trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Someone who can also be considered like a thief, trying to get away with something, being sneaky. So, this is what Spirit confirmed over here too, without me going through the rest of them. You feel like she'll never be in a happy relationship because of her personality? What do you mean by that, baby? You know, it's just sad. Some people are shallow. You know, the energy I pick up just being around you, you know, getting into your energy with her energy intertwined in yours. I get someone who kind of reminds me of how some people are in general who are shallow, who have this beautiful exterior. You know, they're easy on the eyes, whether it's man or woman. You know, they're considered physically attractive by society standards, but they lack substance. They, you know, even though, you know, maybe to you and I, she could be considered like one of the most beautiful women in the world, you know, to the eyes, that's probably true. That could probably be true. But the difference of it is she don't see her worth. She don't see herself as being physically attractive, or she does, but because she pays so much attention to the outside, she doesn't work on the inside. You know, like maybe she doesn't have a personality, maybe she's not outgoing, maybe she's not, you know, you feel like she's a narcissist. And that could be possible too, baby. You know, they don't see their worth. The only way they see their worth is by how much material they have, how much money they have. That's the kind of thing. It's like one of those energies. I feel like she'd always be the one that would try and want to one up somebody. Like an example would be, let's just say she has a brand new car. You know, let's just say that you went out and bought her a brand new Mercedes Benz, right? And then let's just say 6 months down the road, one of her friends gets, we'll just say, a Range Rover. And now suddenly her Mercedes Benz isn't good enough. She's going to want not just a Range Rover, but she's going to want top of the line or something that's going to outdo that Range Rover, like let's just say a Bentley. You know, she's going to always want a one up. What you give her would never be good enough. You know, she wouldn't be happy and content, even if she had a nice, beautiful home. You know, we'll just say a mansion. But suddenly, someone in her circle gets a bigger mansion, then she's going to want a bigger mansion than what her friend has. That kind of thing. Because that's the only way she can say she has worth and value. That's the energy I pick up from her. Oh, I get what you're saying, baby. But do you understand what I'm saying? And she's one of those people that puts her worth in material possessions instead of seeing herself on the inside. You know, unlike me, like I like nice things. I do like the finer things in life. But does that, you know, equate my worth? You know, in order for me to feel like I'm worthy, that I have something to offer, do I have to have a mansion? Hell no. Would that be nice? Yes. I won't dispute it wouldn't be nice. It'd be nice to have if I had that kind of money. But it doesn't tell me or define me of my worth. That comes from within me, not what I materially have. And then let's just say if someone in my circle got, you know, a nicer house, I wouldn't be over there trying to outdo them. I would be happy and content with what I have. And I'd be looking at my friends and I'd be like, great for you. And I'd be happy for them, genuinely happy for them. And cheering them on like, way to go. You know, if that's what you really want, that's what makes you happy, way to go. I'm not going to be over there envious of them or trying to outdo them. That's not who I am. So, big difference, if that makes any sense. But do I like the nice, finer things in life? Yes. But it doesn't mean I have to have the most expensive thing out there either in order for me to be happy. It doesn't mean I have to live in a big, huge mansion in order to be happy, or drive the most expensive car to be happy, to find value in me. That's not what adds me or adds value to me. That's not how I equate my worth. So she's very shallow, and that stinks, especially if she's a beautiful woman, like you say she is. Like, I don't understand why she can't do something else to add value to herself, to where people would be able to see her beyond just her physical looks. Because, as we all know, one day we're not going to look as good as we do right now. You know what I mean? Even, people like me. Even though a lot of people may say I look younger than my age, but there's going to come a day I'm going to show my age, and I'm well aware of that. So what's going to be left? What I have on the inside, what I can offer, you know, my soul, my personality, my love, my heart, those types of things, not just a physical being in my looks. I mean, and baby, there's some people out there who will always want the best of everything that you can ever get. Regardless, they're always going to have that want and desire. Will they ever obtain that? Some do, some don't. But I'll even use my insignificant other's family, the one that's wealthy, his aunt. Um, I've never been to their house, like I said, but I've met them. I met them because his mother passed away some years ago, which would be his aunt's sister. When she showed up at the funeral, she had these big, huge Tahitian pearls around her neck. And when I say they were huge, they were marble huge. This big, I kid you not, about the size of a quarter round. That's how big they were. And she was dressed like she has money. But he also told me they live in a beautiful home that's in the mountains in another state. And they've renovated it. They've turned it to a point to where it has 14 karat gold light switch plates in every room of the house. And he says it's a beautiful home. It's a gorgeous home. But his aunt isn't completely satisfied with it. There's another house, he said, that she's had her eye on all these years. And she constantly goes over there and knocks on the door of the owners of this one house she wants, and keeps asking them if they'll sell her this home. She has to have it. And her husband will give it to her. Will buy it for her if she really wants it. But these people won't sell their house to her. But that's what I mean. Even though she has this big, beautiful home with 14 karat gold light switch plates, like, come on. It's not enough for her. She has to have this other house. That's her ultimate goal. And that's just crazy to me. So, but that's me. No, Karen, I haven't. All right, Bora. Bora, well, thank you for stopping by, beautiful. It's been a minute since I've seen you. Okay, baby. I'll be here. I'll be here Friday and Saturday night. And, more than likely Sunday. I don't know if I'll be doing readings Sunday. We'll see, but I'll be here Friday and Saturday night, baby. So come see me. I'll do another reading on whatever you need, baby. So thank you again, baby, for trusting me to read for you. Good night, even flux. Sweet dreams, baby. No, you're awesome too, baby. I'm glad you do, baby. I'm glad you love my readings. I'm happy they resonate with you, baby. I try to give as much detail as I can. Hello, Bobby. I'm doing gravy, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Hi, Spirit Brothers. How you doing, baby? Good morning. Okay, baby. Do I get orb visits every night, YS? Yes, I do. I see spirit orbs every single day, multiple times a day. Multiple times that day and night. I see them. Bada, whoever you are, I don't know who you're talking to. Yes, YS. I've done astral travel too. Yes, Diane and others have seen spirit orbs appear on my streams when I'm doing readings, when I'm sitting here talking to y'all. There's several streams that have shown them in the past, which I gotta pull them up. They appear to me because I'm so gifted and trustworthy, Karen. Oh, well, thank you, baby. Thank you for thinking that, beautiful soul. Yes, YS, I get visits in my dreams, too. What is this? Ask Amanda 21 questions. I know, Bob. I gotta eat something. I have not ate anything yet. I was trying to get the readings done first. Well, I'm happy you're here, Bobby. It's good to have you here, beautiful soul. Okay, okay, Eric. Well, thank you for being here, baby. And you're welcome. YS, my spirit guides, my guardian angels, my loved ones, and also spirits that I don't know. Just come and visit me in my dreams. You know, I tell them it's okay for them to come, and they do. It's not like I set up an appointment with them. They come when they can. And you have to understand, in the spirit world, things don't work the same like it does here in our physical. Because in order for them to even visit us in our dreams, they have to be able to have that energy to manifest themselves into our dreams and also do it without waking us up. And sometimes they end up waking us up. So, no, Karen, I haven't eaten anything yet, honey. So I'm going to grab something real quick and bring it back. In fact, good morning, Alan Collins. How you doing, sweetheart? I'm going to heat up something really quick and bring it back here and sit here and eat and chat with y'all for a bit. And wait and see if somebody else wants a reading. So, dang, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I didn't realize what time it was. I have a strong yellow aura around me. That's beautiful, Bob. Brandon, you'll do one what? Bobby, I've been on for 5.5 hours. But last night, as in Wednesday night, I was on for 10 hours. So I started at 10 p.m. Eastern and got off at 8 a.m. the following morning. Okay, Brandon, well, if you're interested in a personal reading with me, baby, it's $30 US. My, wonderful mod Bob just posted the link to my PayPal. I also have Venmo or Zelle that you can make your payment to. And once I verify the payment, I can do your reading. But I need to eat something really quick first to recharge, because doing readings will drain me. And since I haven't eaten today, I really need to get some food in me quickly. Hello, Linda. Okay, let me put these cards up. Man, why does this feel weird? I don't know. Okay. And I gotta use the bathroom again. It's like my bladder's in overdrive, it seems like. Thank you, beautiful people, for being here. I so much love and appreciate y'all's love and support. Please don't forget to subscribe and like if you haven't done so already, beautiful people. And if y'all can kindly excuse me for a few minutes, I'm gonna go get some food and use the ladies' room, and then I'll be back, beautiful people. I'll bring my food and sit here and talk with y'all for a bit. All right, beautiful people. How's everybody doing? Beautiful people. What's the gravy, y'all? Where did everybody run off to? Hi, Max. Is it too late to get what reading, baby? I can read for you, baby, if you want a reading. You just gotta send me your payment, baby. Everybody's hiding. Yeah, everybody left, apparently. That's all right. It's $30 max US for me to do a personal reading, baby. Thank you, Bob, for posting that, baby. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, Max, I'm sorry. My bad, baby. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, he did, baby. My apologies. Sorry, it slipped my mind, baby. Okay, baby. Do you mind waiting a few minutes, Max, so I can, like, get some food in me really quick, baby? Because I haven't had a chance to eat today. And when I do readings, it drains me. You're surprised we're kind? Thank you, baby, for your patience and understanding. Well, baby, that hurts my heart that people haven't been sweet to you, baby. But yeah, my stream, my channel, everybody's kind here. I don't put up with the nonsense, baby. Hi, Luce. How you doing, baby? We're very loving and welcoming, baby, so. I'm gravy. Luz, thank you for asking. I'm happy to hear your gravy too, baby. Thank you, Luz. Max, do you have a question, baby? Or do you want me just to do a gentle reading, baby? So I know what to do, which deck to pull. And I can start shuffling the cards while I'm sitting here eating at the same time. Okay, baby. Let's see. Where'd that deck go? I'll be able to sit here and shuffle and start turning over cards while I'm eating at the same time. Multitask. Hello, David. Well, David, I work at night, baby. But yeah, I've been here since 10 p.m. Eastern last night. You would have to wear a mask with me? Why is that, Luz? Hi, Alan. How you doing, baby? But I work long hours, baby. I do work hard. I've done 17 to 20-hour streams. Alright, spirits. You're so funny, baby. You're so funny, Bob. Hello, Valencia. How you doing, beautiful? I wouldn't figure you out. Luz, I bet you I'd figure you out. When I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. You know me, if I'm here, I'm gravy. Alright, Spirit. Show me. What is Max? What's the focus for Max, Spirit? Yep, I would burn. I'm a vampire. I'm nocturnal. Well, Luce, you know what, baby? If you're ever brave enough for me to do a reading on you, you come here all the time, but you never gotten a reading from me yet. Alright, Spirit. Focus. Max, please. Thank you. Being a good gentleman, huh? What's this about? Alright. Well, Spirit. Well, Alan, thank you for stopping by, baby, and saying hi to me. Well, welcome back, Spirit Brothers. Alright, what does this involve, Spirit? Hello, Arcturian. No milk. Well, that's crazy, Spirit Brothers, that they didn't have any milk, baby. Excuse me. Oh, I guess I put these decks back. Linda. Oh, Bob, you say it's Jiminy Crickets, huh? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It'd either be Jiminy Crickets or Stiff Richard. Hello, Rose. How you doing, beautiful soul? Max, I learned about my gifts when I was about 6, 7 years old. But back then, baby, I didn't know that's what I was experiencing. I would have out-of-body experiences, also known as astral travel. I would see spirits, aka ghosts. I would hear them or see spirit orbs, but I wouldn't tell anybody about it. So I kept it to myself until I was about 14 years old. And then I had a conversation with my maternal grandmother. And it wasn't an intentional conversation I was planning on having. It just so happened I saw something. When she was in the room with me at the time, I saw a spirit orb go flying across the wall in the living room when her and I were sitting and watching TV. And I mentioned and said something out loud, and naturally she heard me and asked me, and I couldn't lie to her, so I told her what I saw. I described it to her, and she told me, oh, well, that's just an angel passing through. I see them too. Like, yeah, I thought Grams was crazy. I thought my grandma had lost her marbles. Despite having the experiences I had before then, but I wouldn't talk about them. Because I had no intentions on having a conversation with her, or anybody else for that matter, about what I was experiencing before then. And that's kind of when she opened up to me about psychics runs in our family, and I get my psychic abilities from her, from that side of the family. And she told me to kind of trust and believe in what I was seeing, hearing, and experiencing, and therefore, yeah, I didn't listen to her at first. I still thought she was crazy until I ended up having another experience that would change my perspective. Bless our grandmothers for telling us the truth. Yes. Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't had that experience that day with my grandmother, there's no telling where I would have been at today. I probably would have still been running away from it. So it took someone like her to come forward and talk to me about it. Exactly, Max. And it definitely helped me. It definitely helped me to not feel like I was crazy. I had someone else to confirm. So, but you know, despite her confirming what I was experiencing, I still thought she was crazy, though. That's the crazy thing. Like I said, despite all the experiences I had before then, I still thought she was crazy. In spite of all that. So, but yeah, so it runs in my family. And I've just grown into that gift since then. And it's just developed and matured over time. Yes, I know what French kissing is, spirit brothers. But something tells me it's not the same French kissing I'm thinking of. Okay, that's the French kissing I'm thinking of, baby. Oh. Let's see. Arcturian Prince, you didn't upset me, baby. No, spirit brothers, I don't know what y'all are talking about when it comes to Aussie kissing. I don't know, Diane. I looked away, beautiful. You think you saw an orb? Aussie kissing is the same as French kissing, but down under. Spirit brothers. Wow, Max, you used to be an atheist? Oh, I got it too, spirit brothers. Don't think I didn't get it, baby. I did. Max, you used to be an atheist like your dad, but you're not anymore. Max, what made you change your mind, baby? What made you open up to believing that there's something more out there? Okay, that's okay, baby. You don't have to follow any type of religion, baby, to believe. You can just believe in something greater than yourself, known as God or divine, a higher being, whatever name you want to refer to him by. Don't make you laugh so hard, Karen. It's always interesting to me that people like yourself, Max, who used to be atheists, eventually open that door up and start believing. So it's always interesting to learn, to hear y'all's stories as to why, what changed your mind. Arcturian, are more people being awakened to their spiritual gifts, to enlightenment? Yes. A mushroom trip, huh? Oh no, Karen, are you okay, beautiful? Well, that's interesting, Max. So that's pretty much doing like, is that like doing acid? See, I don't know. I don't do drugs. I've never tried it outside of, when I was a teenager. I smoked pot for a little while, but that was it. Spirit brothers, that's funny, baby. I would be scared to do anything like that. It's always interesting, though. It's a joke. I mean, Bob, talking about, you know, French kissing down under. I mean, that I did understand, baby. That's cool. Arcturian prince. Okay. It's similar to acid. Okay. I kind of have a basic understanding then. From what I've read and what others have told me. I mean, that's good though, baby, that you opened up to believing. Because most people, even atheists, like there's no convincing them. And it's crazy because, hold on. I tell people all the time that come in here who are either atheists, which I rarely get them in here, but once in a great while, someone will stop in and admit they're an atheist. Okay. But most time it's the Bible thumpers who come in here. But it's kind of the same thing I would say to both of them. And, you know, they would go through and lecture me. And lecture everybody else here. And talk about the Bible and bring up scripture. And then go through and pretty much tell me that I'm practicing witchcraft or I'm worshiping the devil, something along those lines. I'm a witch, you know, those types of, you know, labels, which is just freaking hilarious because none of it's true. But I understand from their understanding what they've been taught, what they've read in the Bible and such, and the fact that I'm also a Christian too, but I'm an open-minded Christian. I'm not closed off to other religions. So, but it's like I tell all of them, you know, the ones that want to say that I'm either, you know, being taken over by demons or I'm worshiping demons or I'm a witch or whatever they want to say. And I always tell them that I can never get them to understand and they'll never understand from my perspective and understand why I believe the way I believe, which is different from them, that I know better. It's not me, you know, consulting with demons or anything like that. But I've always said to them, I said, and I'll, you know, there's nothing I can ever say to you to show or convince you otherwise that it would take them having to have an experience like myself in order to open up their mind for them to be able to finally understand from my point of view, from my experiences, just like, you know, some of my other mods who are, you know, gifted like me. And then even some of my subscribers who have had, you know, their own experiences. You know, you can't make others who are closed-minded like that to open up and understand. You know, it's going to take one of those experiences to open up their mind, kind of like what happened with you, Max. So, it's interesting, though. Thank you for opening up and sharing that with me. Well, hello, Joe Morales. My personal readings are $30 US. There's, if you're interested, Joe, there's a link in the chat box. You'll see it at the top or the bottom of the chat box area that has my name highlighted in yellow. And if you click on that, you can open it up and there will be a link to my PayPal. Or I also have Zelle or Venmo. But everything's right there. And then my mod Bob just posted the link and the info. If you're interested, Joe. You just saw a massive spirit orb, Spirit Brothers. I'll have to rewind it, baby, when I get a chance. 433. Okay. Let me write that down, baby. 433. And this is May 16th. Hello, America. Aim high, that's a deal. Well, I'm glad you think that, honey, because a lot of people would disagree, but, you know. Hello, Stanton. How you doing, honey? Alright. People said I should be charging like 40 or 50 for my readings. And maybe at some point in time I'll raise the price, but right now it's only 30 US. Max, it's going to depend on who you ask, baby. And it's going to vary on their own beliefs. My family believes it runs in people's families. Like it's part of your DNA. You know, like how some people might inherit their parents' athletic abilities and skills, right? Psychic abilities are no different according to my family. But others would say every single one of us can access it. It's just a matter of us being willing and being open to it. I used to be more in the box with my family, but recent years, I had to take a step back and really look at it from a different point of view. And it just, one day I was thinking about it. I think all of us, no matter who we are, at the minimum, are claircognizance, which is pretty much intuition. We all have that ability. Now, everything else, that's debatable. You know, I think it varies because you have some people that might be clairvoyant, like me. I have multiple abilities, but one of my main abilities is clairvoyance. To where someone else may not be clairvoyant, but they could be like an empath, which is someone who is able to feel other people's emotions like it's their own. So it varies from person to person, if that makes any sense, baby. Linda, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Hello, Bubba. Hello, Jabril. How y'all doing, beautiful people? So, for me, Max, it's like that saying. I have a saying. Like, when you think of someone who can communicate with the spirit world, um, like communicate with past or loved ones, that's known as a psychic medium. You could put me in that category because I have clairvoyance and clairaudience, which is the two main abilities to be able to communicate and see them. But there's a saying I tell people, like every medium is a psychic, but not every psychic is a medium. So, you know, like you could go through and go to someone who's advertising saying they're a psychic with the intention of, say, you want to communicate with a past or loved one. But when you go to your appointment, you come find out the psychic you have made that appointment with isn't able to do that. And you're kind of dumbfounded. You're like, oh, well, you're a fake. You're not psychic. No, that's not necessarily true. It's just they might be a different type of psychic is all. So when you throw psychic into the mix, you have to be very specific when you're talking with someone. Because everybody who doesn't really know a whole lot about it, they automatically assume that every person who says they're psychic can do all these different types of abilities, and they can't. Everyone's different. They have different abilities, and it's to different levels of strengths, too. So, that makes sense to you, Max? Well, I'm glad, baby. I hope I explained that well. Ouch. Yes, spirit brothers, you're clairvoyant, baby, because you're able to see spirit orbs like I am, baby, and see other spirits. It's very interesting to you, Max. Well, I'm glad, baby. Oh, Max, astral travel is scary, baby. I don't like it. I've done it, not intentionally, but I've had a few experiences with it, and I don't like it. I like staying in my body. Muhammad, I respect, that you practice a different faith, baby. We just don't go through and talk about religion in here like that. You got to understand that I'm welcoming to everyone of all faiths, no matter what you believe, as long as your faith, your religious beliefs, doesn't hurt other people and animals. That's the only thing. So I welcome everybody, and I understand in your faith that you believe what I would call a demon, you call a jinn. And you know, I guess it's interesting to me because I really don't know anything about your religion. Um, but it's not the first time I've seen someone who's Muslim say that, you know, y'all believes ghosts are jinns, as in my faith, Christian, it's demons. And I find it interesting, baby, that you're in my stream, given what I do. Because, like, in Christianity, in, you know, my faith, the Bible says this is witchcraft. If you ask a lot of deeply religious people, I disagree with that notion, but most people in my religion would say that. So in regards to you, I would think, you know, that your religion kind of says same thing, that, you know, what I do is a form of witchcraft, and I'm mingling, we'll say, with jinn, as you call them. My religion calls them demons, and I don't. Oh, Max, that takes time, baby, and practice. You got to learn how to meditate in order to be able to do it. The only other way, I know people who astral travel is when they go to sleep, because they're in that deep relaxation, meditative like state where they're able to astral travel, and that's when it's happened to me. Like, I remember um all the few times that I've astral traveled, I didn't like it, but it happened in my sleep, and it was wild. It scared me. You know, Spirit Brothers, it's the same way here, baby, in the U.S. Like the Salem witches, people may often hear about. So, Max, there's different things out there, baby, you can read about. But my first piece of advice, baby, if you ever want to astral travel or try and strengthen any other psychic abilities you may have, whether, you know, you're aware of them or you're trying to get it to surface, you first need to learn how to ground yourself and also have what is known as a psychic shield. You know, when you think of protection, you need spiritual protection around you. So nothing evil or negative can interfere with your energy or invade your space, so to speak, or come into your dreams, because it can happen. Yeah, Spirit Brothers, I think it's the same here, baby. You know, um, There's all of that that goes on here. Hello, Gabby. I don't know, honey. Yes, Max. Archangel Michael is one of them. You can call on the archangels for protection to help you. But it's more than that, baby. Hold on, let me take these last few bites and then brush my teeth real quick, and then I could come back and finish this conversation with you, baby, and do your reading. Well, I'm sorry, spirit brothers. I haven't eaten all day, baby. Oh, that's right, spirit brothers. You were supposed to bring us some milk, baby. Bob wants to know where his milk's at. You're so funny, Bob. Oh, I'm sure Spirit Brothers has a couple of ladies. Don't you, Spirit Brothers? Yes, you Spirit Brothers. You don't have a couple, you have many. I believe you do too, baby. You got all the ladies knocking at your window at night, don't you? And following you home. Sisters don't count. That's messed up. Y'all are so funny. Okay, beautiful people. And brush my teeth. I'll be back. And then I'll do your reading, Max. And we can pick up the conversation, baby. Thank you for being understanding and patient, beautiful people. I so appreciate y'all. I don't know why he thinks that the time I'm streaming is the time to have a conversation with me, because it's not. I don't know how many times I've told him that. And it's like he don't freaking listen. Especially about stupid stuff that I really don't care about. Period. Are you leaving, Spirit Brothers? Well, have a good day, baby. See you later. Actually, should open this one. Crap. Alright. Bob, I have no idea, baby. I don't understand it. I mean, you would think he would go to sleep at a decent hour so he could find a job. No. He stays up same time I do. Makes no sense to me at all. So, it really annoys me. So he told me he placed another grocery order and he's going to pick it up today, later today. Like, I should be appreciative of that. Which, I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just effing annoyed because he just spent $650 US dollars last Thursday on groceries. And we already need groceries. Like, it's frustrating. It is so effing frustrating. And the only thing I got out of that $650 worth of groceries, I think he got me 3 or 4 bags of beef jerky, 4 bags of potato chips, and my Red Bull. That's it. Everything else was whatever he wanted to order. And he said then the cat food and toiletries, whatever. Everything else I see in there is nothing but junk. It's ridiculous. Oh, it's alright, Bob. I'm sorry, baby. So, because the money that I had to go towards getting my car fixed, it got spent on the groceries. So I'm annoyed by that, I think, more than anything else. But yeah, so now, and even someone said to me the other day that, oh, by the end of the week, he'll be placing another grocery order. Yep, he just did. Did he ask me what I wanted? Nope. Did he wait to find out when I'm done streaming if I wanted anything? Nope. So, I'm annoyed. Can I stop him? No, Karen, not really. So, it's just, I'm frustrated with him, naturally. And it's like someone had said to me, it's like a sinking ship that I'm in now. Pretty much, you can say that. But anyhow. Yeah, I can open my own account and get groceries. It's just annoying. Because most of the stuff he gets is junk. It's stuff he shouldn't even be eating, and he knows it too. But he still gets it anyways. So, I have no clue what he ordered. None. And, of course, I don't know what the total of it is either. He didn't tell me that. But, yeah. So, in order for me to stop him, I would have to spend the time either placing the order and leaving and going to get it and to pick it up, or I have to go up to Walmart and shop for it and bring it home, which means that takes time out of my time that I'm supposed to be sleeping during the day, since, you know, I stream all night. So I guess that's where my back is up in the wall right now because of that. But then, of course, he waits until I'm streaming 9 times out of 10 to place the grocery order. And he's up during the day. You know, like when I'm getting ready in the afternoon, he's awake too. It's not like he's sleeping, which is the other reason why I don't understand, like, why he can't cook. If he's going to make me something to eat, the rare occasion he does, like, why doesn't he do it before I start streaming? No, he waits till after I start streaming. Then he goes in there and cooks. So it's annoying. Yes. That's exactly it, honey. It's frustrating. But it is what it is. So, anyhow. Alright, Max, are you here, baby? Dang, I got hot all of a sudden. Crap. Hello, Hannah. How you doing, sweetheart? I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. How about you? Max, you here, baby? Hello, man. Manjunath. If I didn't say your name right, I'm sorry. Hello, CJ. It's 5:20. I don't know what that means, CJ. Oh, I wonder if Max fell asleep. Or maybe he ran to the restroom. So how you doing, Hannah? You're here? Okay, baby. I'm happy you're still here. Okay, Max. I'll tell you quickly, baby, before I do your reading. When you talked about astral travel, and like I said, you want to learn how to ground yourself first. Hello, God, Starseed. Grounding is like going outside and walking in nature to kind of like calm yourself. Think of yourself being in a peaceful area like nature, just listening to the birds, you know, chirping around. To kind of calm your head, to put you in a meditative state like. And then you want to protect yourself, which is known as psychic shielding. You can look it up. All you got to do is Google, type into the Google search bar, psychic shielding. And there's different websites that'll come up. You can go to any of those websites you choose. You can, you know, I'd encourage you to read all of them if you can. You know, the more knowledge you have, the better. You know, knowledge is power. But to put it in simplest terms, what psychic shielding is, think of yourself in like a bubble, being surrounded by a bubble. You can make it any color you want. I always think of myself being surrounded in like a gold or white bubble. And this is like your shield, okay? But if you look at those websites, there's different types of shielding, and there's different reasons for different shields. You want to talk to like the archangels, like you mentioned, Archangel Michael. Ask him to come forward and to surround you, to protect you, to surround this bubble that you're being put in, that he stands with you and doesn't allow anything evil or negative to penetrate this bubble. This is supposed to be your sacred space. Nothing you want is supposed to enter into this sacred space with Archangel Michael's help. That's shielding. And you would have to go throughout the day, like people like me, I have to go in regularly and strengthen my shield, depending on how much interaction I have with the public, how much different energies I come in contact with. Because people who tend to be, and this is nothing against anybody, so please do not take this personally, but people who tend to be depressed, who are sad, who carry this low vibrational energy around them and within them, it can weaken my shield to where it will lower my vibration, and it can interfere in my energy in my sacred space. So I have to go in and strengthen this bubble. So I kind of have to go through and repeat the same thing all over again. But you want to do that before you try and do any kind of astral travel. Because when you astral travel, you have to understand, you're not just going to come in contact with spirits who are light beings, like you think of angels, or you think of your passed over loved ones. You can and will come in contact with things that are negative, or evil. If you believe in demons, you can and will come in contact with them. So you want to be in this protective bubble. So you want to call on like Archangel and some of the other angels. Like I call on Raphael, Zachiel, Metatron. I call on all of them to help me, to secure me and keep me safe. That's very important to do any kind of spiritual work or to open that door up to doing anything when it comes to psychic abilities. And understand me, astral travel, aka out-of-body experiences, is a psychic ability that not everyone can do. And then you want to also look at doing a smoke smudge daily in your environment. So think of using like white sage, palo santo. There's many other herbs you can burn. And like I have sage and palo santo. So I burn these and I light them even before I start my stream every day to cleanse my sacred space, which is my office. This is where I work. This is where, I stream. To rid it of anything evil or negative that can be lurking in my environment. So make sure you open up a window too. But you have to light it and you have to believe in what it is you're doing. So you can't just go through and light it and then expect that smoke to do and know what exactly it's supposed to do. You have to have an intention. You can speak it in your mind, but I would recommend you speak it out loud. So I say mine out loud. And I go around this office with the sage or the palo santo with the smoke, repeating it. That this is to help remove anything and everything evil or negative that might be lurking in this environment. And for the archangels to come in and help me cleanse this space, to rid it of anything that's low vibrational like that, and to bring in only love and light, benevolent, entities and energies. That's all you want. That's all you're welcoming into your space. That's something that regular people like myself have to do every day. It's like a spiritual hygiene. When you think of yourself taking a shower and brushing your teeth every day, this is the same thing. It's just in a spiritual manner that you're doing it in. So I have to do it sometimes multiple times a day. Hi, the cargo hustler. How you doing, baby? Yes, baby. Be safe. You got it. So do your research, Max. The more you learn, the better off you will be. I encourage you. Don't just go based off of what I'm saying to you. Go out there and look it up yourself. And baby, I'm not telling you to believe every single thing you come across, okay? Just focus on what you're, reading, the research, the words. What speaks to you? What resonates in your spirit? And trust that. That's a matter of trusting your own intuition, which you mentioned claircognizance. That's part of claircognizance. What resonates? Trust that, okay? And understand me, baby, what works for one person, like what works for me, may not work for you. And that's okay. So you got to find another way. So there's many different ways. You can go through and cleanse your space. You can go through and protect yourself. People use crystals. People use singing bowls. They use bells. They'll use sounds, like music, different frequencies. You can even get that on the internet, like on YouTube. So you got to explore it, baby, and figure out what works for you. Hello, T. James. Baby, we all of us, people like me and you, we all will, at some point in time, doubt our intuition, not trust it. But as time progresses forward, when you learn to really get to know yourself and listen to yourself, that gut intuition, your gut feeling, something that just keeps pulling at you, tugging at you, telling you to do something or to pay attention to this or that, You'll come to learn as you experience that more and more, you'll begin to trust it more and more. Don't beat yourself up, baby, if you don't do something like your intuition told you to do. Because understand me, none of us are perfect. Even I have had my moments where I've ignored it. I can give you plenty of stories about that, but I have a lot of stories on my channel, pre-recorded videos where I've shared a lot of my experiences. So you're more than welcome to listen to those too. I got many more. I still need to share. I just haven't made videos of it yet. But just think of those things, baby. Just don't doubt it. Okay, Max. Yeah, runes are cool. I don't have any runes. I've never used them. But I know others who have. I actually have charms, which I need to pull those out and get some more. I'm meaning to start using them more. But I use, you know, tarot cards. I have a pendulum. So there's different ways, baby. You're welcome, baby. So, in fact, I'm going to pull from this one deck for you. Since we're on this conversation, to help you. Let me see. Let me see what comes out. Okay. And another thing I'd encourage you to do, Max, keep a journal. So, like, anytime you think you're getting a psychic download, aka a psychic hit, aka your intuition telling you about something, like forewarning you, and you're not sure, like you're questioning yourself, write it down, baby. Date it. Write down the time. What is it that you're picking up? Like, what is it, you know, like really focus in on it. Write down what you're feeling. Describe it. You know, even describe where you're at. Okay. Make it as detailed as you possibly can. And then wait and see. Does it happen? Okay. You know, if you're questioning it and you decide not to listen to it, does it happen? And if it does, go back in, add that in there and date it and write, you know, date it and time it and write down what exactly happened, what you felt. And if you put that into practice, the more you do that, the more you'll learn to trust over time your intuition, because you'll begin to understand that psychic download, those psychic hits, what you're feeling, your sensations, and you'll learn to trust it more. You just need some kind of like evidence, like of personal experience with it to be more comfortable with it, if that makes any sense. Okay, Spirit, show me for Max. Wow. Alright, Spirit, what else? That's interesting. I've never pulled that card before. Okay. Oops. Talk about it. Oops. Spirit. Show me, Spirit. Show me recent past. Present, Spirit. Let's have the court. Clarify. Clarify. Insomnia spirit. 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 Advice. Baby, did you just go through a breakup? Are you in a relationship, Max? Are you talking to me, Bob? I think it's close to 7, yeah, when the sun comes out. Okay. something else then. Spirit, clarify this. Why is this here? Okay. Involves your material. Alright. Spirit. Why is the Hermit here? Dang. Synchronicities. That's interesting. Three. That's wild. Okay. Hi, Wombley. How you doing, honey? Good morning, 4748. How you doing, baby? All right, Max. You ready, baby? So probably pull a couple more messages if I find that other deck for you. Where'd it go? Just because. All right, baby. I went through. I did your reading a little different than how I've done. You know, I mostly do others. Since we got into the conversation about you wanted to astral travel and such, so I have a special oracle deck that I can pull from that goes into your spiritual psychic abilities, gifts. And so I got 5. I pulled 5 different cards. It's interesting because the whatchamacallit, the travel isn't out here. But it doesn't mean you can't do it, baby. It might just take a little more time and focus from you to try and get there. But there's others here that you tell me, baby, if this, you know, resonates with you. The first big one that's, you know, more of a psychic ability, is an aura reader. So when you think of looking at people, do you see like colors that surround me right now? You know, as you look at me through your screen, you know, do I have like a thin layer that surrounds the outside of me? That would be someone's aura. And everyone's aura would be different colors, you know, depending on mood, you know, they can mean different things. And I also know some people may see them in different colors. Like there's a few mods that I have who do see auras, and they have seen me with different colors. Like one of them will say they see turquoise around me, but another one will say they see gold around me or like yellow. So I think it's based on everyone else's, you know, how they read it, their perception. Karen, you see them? Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, so like Karen can see auras. She says mine is whitish yellow. Um, but someone else would say it's more turquoise. For them, that's how they see my aura. And you saw it so strongly earlier, Bob. And the person who I would be able to ask is probably sleeping right now, which is eternal. So, it varies. Um, but, you know, if you can't see my aura, or if you just suddenly begin to notice, when you look at people, you'll see colors around them. That's someone's aura. That's an aura reader. I don't have that ability, but I know others who do. And there's a few of them in here who say they do. Wow, bomb. That's cool. Yeah, it would be cool if I could see auras. I've never tried to tune into it like that. I've never tried to force my gifts. Understand, like my abilities that I have came to me naturally as time progressed forward. And this is funny, you know, on one hand, it sounds funny, but I'm also being very serious at the same time because it's also true. Like for someone like me, I literally woke up one morning, rolled out of bed, and I started having and experiencing some of my psychic abilities, like being able to see spirit orbs, seeing ghosts, aka spirits, like a full body apparition, being able to hear them, you know, to where others have to wait till they're older before it surfaces, or there's someone like you who's trying to tap into it to get it to surface, to strengthen it, to open that door to it. I didn't have to do any of that. Mine just, I woke up one day and they were there. And as time progressed forward, as I began to use my abilities, more of them began to surface. And then I would notice not only would more surface, but the ones that I had already had for years would start to strengthen. They would get stronger. It would change. There'd be something different about it that I wasn't able to do before, or it wasn't nearly as strong. So that might be something that you might be able to practice and be able to tap into. You would have to, you know, take the time and, you know, do the research, baby. But Spirit's saying this is a possibility for you to do, to read auras. So that's one of your psychic spiritual gifts. It could be a weaker one too, though, baby. So understand, don't beat yourself up if you never get the opportunity to see it. It could be just a weaker one. You know, it could have been something you might only see once in a lifetime type of thing. And I've heard of experiences like that happening, where people will have just one psychic experience and they'll never have another one again. So don't beat yourself up if it doesn't happen. But it's something that came up. So this is one of them. The next one is clairtangency. And this is the ability to know meaningful and pertinent information when you touch things or people. And this really, in essence, I think it's similar, but I think there is a difference in it. I think this is called something else. Um, I believe it's called psychometry too, but I could be wrong. But what this gift is like you would be able to like touch, say, your screen. And you would be able to know things. Like if you wanted to tap into my energy and find out things about me that you would never know unless I told you, right? Or if you're in, with someone in person, you could touch them and you would be able to feel their energy. You might even be able to feel their emotions. Pick up something about them that you wouldn't know if they hadn't told you. Um, this gift reminds me of someone who's also like an empath, a psychic empath, which is someone who's able to pick up other people's emotions and feel it like it's their own. So an example that would be like, think of, say, your best friend, just um, got out of a relationship and they got their heart broken, okay? But they didn't tell you yet. And just say you went to check on them one day and stop by their house and go inside and they seem normal to you, at least that's the face they present. But you can tell just being in the same room with them that they've been crying, that they're heartbroken. You can pick it up and you feel it like as if someone just broke your own heart. Okay, it's going to feel like that. Another thing about an empath also, which is something like this, is you would also be able to pick up people's physical ailments, which is like, say, if you were with me, knowing I suffer with chronic back pain from a couple bad car accidents and I had surgery, you would be able to feel my back pain just by being in the same room with me. Even some people can absorb it again, like through the screen. Like I can do that sometimes. Where I just know, or like me tapping into your energy, you would be able to feel it. But I could pick up on you and kind of get a feel of what you're going through, um, what you're feeling, or know something about you that you never mentioned to anybody, you never told me. That's what an empath does, which is very similar to this. But you can actually pick up things. Like think of someone picking up like an antique. So we'll just say like an antique mirror. You would be able to pick up that mirror and you can feel the imprint of the person who owned it. And you might even get a visual of this person. And you would be able to get information about this person's life, who they were. It's kind of that. That's what this gift is. You can definitely relate. Okay. So that's one of your gifts. And because you have this gift, baby, I encourage you even more to do the psychic shooting and the smoke smudge, the cleansing. It's empaths like you and I who really, really have to do those things. Otherwise, other people's energies, whether we recognize it or not, we can absorb someone else's energy like a sponge, and suddenly it drains us. Especially if we get around people who are operating more of a low vibrational energy. Like think of someone who's depressed, someone who's sad, who's been crying lately. That kind of energy, it will drain you. So you have to be very careful. And you may even begin to notice that you may not care to be out in public, be out around crowds of people for that reason. Many people try and avoid crowds because otherwise it's like this whole, room of energy. Just think of my office being filled with people. That would drain me, it would drain you, and it would drain even a lot of other people here um, who are empaths. They would be able to feel it because they would not only pick up my energy, but they would pick up everybody else who's here. So that's kind of what that is. Okay. Then the next one is magnetism. And it says your aura is very powerful with a natural ability to attract people and the right things and situations towards you. So this is like being charismatic, like, you know, your energy, your aura. You just naturally attract. You operate in a very high vibrational energy. You might also be someone who can even mess with say the lights in your room. You know, if you ever notice you go by your room and your light's on, but you notice it flickers, you know, and you walk away and the light goes bright again, but you come back and it just seems like it starts to flutter. That's possibly you doing that, okay? That's one possibility because of this. But the other thing you'd have to consider is if you ever notice your lights flickering, that can also be a spirit trying to connect to you. They'll mess with the energy in your environment to try and get your attention. So that's something to keep in mind, though. You should be able to draw more people to you and draw good things, positive things. And that's a good ability to have. But I'm sure it could probably frustrate people, too, who can manipulate the energy in the room around them. The next one is I got healer. And it says, realize that the adversity you experience in life was only to awaken your healing potential so that you can help others in their time of need. So, as someone who is, you know, psychic, um, I would consider myself like a healer, but I'm more like a light worker. And that's, you know, what I would use for you. But naturally, what I'm doing, like, you know, me reading tarot cards is also very healing for people. Like I'm helping you to, you know, guide you. But for others, it could be helping them with their relationship or them trying to find themselves, trying to figure out where they're going, where they're heading in life. And part of that is that healing energy that I bring towards them to kind of show them certain area or aspects they need to pay attention to, especially when it comes to themselves. So that's like you. You have this natural ability to help heal others just by being here, just by your life experiences. You can bring so much to the table and help others, help guide them, help, you know, show them, you know, a different way to how to find their own path and so forth. Even healers would be like people who work in the medical field. You know, your nurses, your doctors, those types of people. Even police officers. They're known as like healers slash light workers. And the last one I pulled for you, Max, is called Tribe Mission. And it says you're meant to start and build a purpose-driven community who respects your expertise, stand with your principles, and create change. So you're supposed to like build your own community or find your tribe that, you know, would have like some of these same abilities where you can all work together to help others. Um, we all come into this world with what is known as our soul family. Like when you think of soulmates, when you hear the word soulmate, most people automatically think romance, you know, your romantic partner. Yes, your romantic partner can be one of your soulmates, but it's not just romantic, it's also friends, family. It's your soul family that you come into this world and incarnate with, that you agree to walk and experience life with, whether it's for part of your life or all of your life. So it could be, you know, your parents, it could be your siblings, but it doesn't have to be. Um, but you'll understand when you find your soul tribe, you'll understand it's a feeling unlike anything I can explain. It's like you've known this person your whole life, but you might have just met them. Like I've come across a few people on YouTube who are my soul tribe. They're my soul family because we've shared many past lives together. So you're supposed to build a network that's going to help heal people. You know, this by itself together is very powerful to be able to do this. You know, you have this calling to be like a leader. Think of it in that context too. Okay. Now, for the tarot, I just ask Spirit to bring forward the strongest messages you need to know right now. to help you. So I'm got like your past, what's going on currently, present, and then what's coming towards you in your future, and what challenges and obstacles you may face going down this road. Good morning, how Walter? No, baby, I understand. I understand, sweetheart. How you doing, honey? Good morning to you. Okay, Max. So here's your recent past energy. This is the Justice card. Let me pick it up. The Justice can be legal matters. So think of like a legal contract. Think of like a job, signing a contract for a job, being hired on. This can be um, a divorce. This can be a settlement. This can pertain, if you had kids, like, child custody, or this can be like buying a car or buying a house. So place it where it fits, but it doesn't have to be legal matters, okay? This is also about your karma. Things that are coming in where Lady Liberty is trying to balance the scales for you to make things fair and balanced. So you don't feel like, the universe is kicking your behind for no good reason, right? So I feel like karma is trying to balance itself out. I feel like this pertains to your material wealth with your Four of Pentacles here, to clarify it. Pentacles is your material wealth. And, so think of your material possessions, but it's also like your money, or it can be even your career. It's, all of that in one category. So when I read this, I feel like Spirit's trying to say, in the recent past, maybe you've had some difficulties, with either your career or when it comes to your finances, to where either you were in a position of you were spending more money than you made, or you could also have been just being very frugal. What people would call a tightwad, who doesn't spend their money, who's very stingy. Even though you have the money, you refuse to spend it, especially splurging on things that just seems to be nonsense to you. So place it how it fits, but I feel like this is more of Spirit trying to balance out this scale for you, to where you don't feel like it's unbalanced. It's trying to even the balance. Like you're trying to now find that foundation of learning to watch how you spend your money, whether that's, spending too much and putting yourself on a budget and, focusing on cutting out your debt, or this is learning how to be a little more generous, be a little more giving, to spend your money on things that you may, want, that, you wouldn't have done before, but now you will. It's that type of energy is what I'm picking up. You joined the Air Force this past year. Are you enjoying it, baby? And thank you for your service. I wanted to be in the Air Force myself. So thank you for your service, baby. So in your present energy, currently, at this moment, you're in this sun energy. This is all about happiness, fulfillment, success, achievement, warmth, caring, nurturing type energy. This to me is like the happiest card in the tarot deck. So this is how you're currently feeling right now, because you have a lot of positive energy, a lot of excitement, a lot of things coming towards you that you're willing to take action towards, like your ambitions, your desires, your goals, your dreams, your wants, and also your needs. You're taking forward action, and I feel like it's coming at you at a rapid rate of speed, to where, it could be, possibly overwhelming to you at times with this Eight of Wands, which is all about action, but it's positive action, positive movement, things moving towards you. It could be, like I said, overwhelming at times. It might even seem stressful, but in a good way. It's not meant to be in a bad way, because this is positive movement forward that you're taking. So All the action you're taking is making you feel like you have success, you have happiness, you have excitement, fulfillment, joy. Your dreams are coming into reality for you as you're working towards this, using this Eight of Wands energy, which is all about action. And then in the center, Max, I have you in the Three of Cups. You know, as you can see, like the picture here, they're celebrating. You know, this is like being with your community, being with your family, your friends. Ooh, I just saw a bright spirit orb over here. Sorry, that's my confirmation. This is like being with your family, friends, community, colleagues, and enjoying life. There's something to celebrate. This can even be like a major event going on in your life right now. Like think of maybe a birthday party or someone's wedding or a baby shower, a graduation. There's something like this that's, you know, in the center of your reading that's taking most of like your time and attention of what you're, you know, thinking about, working towards. And this is also about your happiness and excitement. I feel like this is actually celebrating you, something you've achieved or that you're going to be achieving soon. Because this is Nine of Cups with this. And this is all about wishes being fulfilled, your dreams and desires coming true. And so because of that, you're able to celebrate and share your happiness and excitement and joy with the people closest to you. So that's beautiful energy there that I really love to see. Now, in your row for challenges and obstacles that you may face getting to that point, I have you in the Nine of Pentacles. But when I read the Nine of Pentacles, usually this is like a single energy. So this is you being single, not in a relationship, but you're still very abundant. Like you're able to be free. You're able to, you know, live your life the way you want it. You know, have your career, you're making money, and you're able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Okay, that's what this is. But because it's in your obstacle, this is more like feeling lonely, not feeling fulfilled. So I'm reading more of the energy this way upside down. You're not feeling like you're as successful as you want to be. Or, you know, you have all this success in your life, you know, your abundance, your career's going well, things everywhere else is going well, but you're missing something. You feel lonely, like maybe you don't have a partner to share this with, and that's what you're wanting now. So Spirit's showing me there's a reason to hope because I get the Star card here. And the Star card is all about hope, faith, belief, and healing. I feel like a lot's going to come towards you to where you're not going to feel like you're so alone anymore. I feel like there's going to be an energy that's going to come towards you that's going to make you feel less lonely. It doesn't have to be romantic. This can also be like someone new, just someone like a friendship that might even become like your BFF. Or this can even be a family member that you haven't been in contact with for a while that just, you know, suddenly maybe they move closer to you and y'all become closer. So you have someone in your life that you can spend your time with when you're not working to enjoy life with. But more of this feels romantic, though. I feel like there's someone that's going to walk into your life that's going to, you know, catch your attention that you may want to pursue something with. That's going to fill this void, that's going to give you this hope, that's going to provide that safety net, that healing for you. Someone you can lean on, someone you can get, you know, close with, be vulnerable with, open up to, and they can lean on you just as much as you can lean on them. That will, you know, be there. You had called out. And then in your advice and possible future outcome, I get the Page of Cups here. Okay? This Page of Cups is like your intuition, your creativity, But this is also like someone coming in and like offering you a cup of love, wants to give you their love. And that's why I say, I feel like there's going to be someone that's going to come in, that's like this star card here, that's going to kind of fill this void, this emptiness you're feeling, or you will be feeling soon in your future. That's going to want to share, you know, time with you, that you'll want to build a relationship with. Um, and I feel like it will serve you well, baby, but I also want to caution you that it may come with a little bit of pain, heartbreak. I'm not saying this person's going to come in and, just crush your heart. What I'm saying is I feel like there's going to be some challenges here for this relationship to build. There's going to be some struggles, like how with anyone else, you meet someone for the first time. It takes time to get to know them, as they get to know you. And you may find that y'all's personalities may not be in alignment. Y'all may end up bumping heads at times, but does that mean you still can't have a good, solid foundation in a relationship? Of course, you can still have it. You just have to learn how to work around it, y'all's differences, and focus on what y'all have in common, y'all similarities, instead of what separates y'all. Because there's also the energy of like opposites attract. So I feel like someone is going to be possibly your opposite. That may not be what you typically would go for, and that doesn't have to be looks, baby. This can just be someone that has a different personality or views the world differently from you. So, and that's going to create challenges, but don't look at this as a bad thing, because this can also be the person who's meant to help you grow. Because in order for us to grow and evolve, that means we have to face challenges, obstacles, struggles, hardships. That's what really helps us to evolve and change and adapt. And I feel like you're very adaptable. I feel like things will come to you easier um, as this relationship progresses with this person. I feel like it will be very nurturing, healing. It will provide you a safety net. And I feel like it's going to help you to go into this hermit mode, okay? I feel like there's going to be times that it's going to challenge you, but Spirit's saying don't give up on it. Don't go through all of this, obstacles with this relationship and then walk away from it. Give it a chance. But it also means you may have to take some time and separate from this person at times. Give yourself that space to where you can go within yourself and ask yourself those questions, contemplate, go into self-reflection mode. This is like just you like separating from them, not saying like, okay, I'm not going to talk to you for a week, but I'm saying even for like a night, give yourself this space to be alone, to reflect, to ask yourself those hard questions and go within yourself to get the answers, because the answers are deep within you. You just have to be willing to give yourself the time, the energy, the space, and have patience to go within yourself to ask. And that's when your spirit guides will come forward and help you answer whatever those questions are, for you to reflect on things. Reflect on your relationship, reflect on where you're going in your life, what you want, what you feel, you want to achieve for yourself. Because this is going to come with partnerships with this Three of Pentacles, where you're going to work, you're going to collaborate with people. And this can be, this energy right here, be like a partnership. But this can also be with your colleagues, the people you work with, friends. This could be like working on a project. That can also be very healing and rewarding, because it'll take your time away from focusing on other things to focus more. That gives you this opportunity to go within, to really, not just follow your head, but go with like your heart and your soul. What your soul is calling you to do, and it comes up with all these different creative ideas, thoughts. You get to use your imagination in a way you may not have used it before, by, applying yourself with these projects, with working closely with someone. Um, and this can still be in your professional life too, with your career. Um, and this is going to come with some burdens. Again, I'm not saying this is going to be easy, baby. I feel like there's going to still be some challenges and obstacles with this along the way. This is the Ten of Wands. Ten of Wands is like someone who's carrying a lot of burdens, who's being, overburdened, overstressed, straining themselves, working themselves to exhaustion, um, having to carry other people's baggage, so to speak. Like you see how in this picture, she's carrying her suitcase, and then this bull is carrying like some of her belongings. So you need help with unloading your burdens, unloading your responsibilities, being able to lean on someone else that can come and help you, like this Three of Pentacles, that can help unburden you with some of these things that you're going to go through. And this in itself is going to bring you into this Three of Wands energy, which is all about being excited, feeling free. Like I feel like it's going to be a huge weight taken off you once this person comes forward. Once you do work with this person or a group of people, doing these collaborations, I feel like it's going to bring a lot more excitement and passion to you. And I feel like part of this too, baby, involves your spirituality. You going down this path, you searching deep inside yourself for these answers, your intuition, your psychic gifts. You wanting to like learn how to astral travel. Um, even, look into the part of, being an aura reader, being able to see auras, whatever else calls to you. I encourage you again to do the research. Learn as much as you can about the spiritual world. The more you know, the better off you will be. And I would also encourage you, when you think of, finding like your soul tribe and you wanting to dive deeper into your spirituality, opening the door, like your tribe mission, go on the internet and look up um, metaphysical meetups or metaphysical groups in your area. There's different communities that have some of your same gifts that you can actually lean on and learn a lot from, who will help you with these different aspects and be another source for guidance, for knowledge. Even be like a mentor to you to help you find your way through this, to where you can reach out to them and see them in person and ask them the questions, or when something happens that you don't understand or doesn't make sense, or you can't find or reach out to me at the time, that you'll have someone closer to you. And I just saw another spirit orb that you can lean on, that will help guide you in this, path. Because I know it can be very confusing. I understand it can be very scary. I understand, being, later in life, not having the same experiences like someone like myself who started very young at, a young child, started having different experiences then, to where, it doesn't scare me. I've kind of opened the door to it and welcomed it all in. And I'm more comfortable with it now. I'm more grounded with it now. I'm accepting of it. I truly believe in it now than what I believed 20 years ago, we can say. So, lean on people. Exactly. You don't have to do it all alone, baby. There'll be others who you can rely on. Hi, Skeletor Red. How you doing, baby? And then I pulled from my psychic reading cards. I want to see what would come out of this too. And this is the card I got for you, Max. And this is the Tree of Life. Okay? And it says, this is the knowledge that surrounds you. It reconnects you with nature in the present. And it says, This card's come to you today as the universe wants you to get back to your roots and ground your soul. The tree of life is a sacred tree that contains the knowledge of the universe. When you are grounded and connected to the earth, you have the ability to tap into the knowledge contained within the wisdom of the tree. The tree of life psychic card indicates that you are not isolated. It is a message that you are deeply connected to the world around you and all within it. The energy of the tree wants you to realize you have the ability to thrive and grow when you are connected to the universe. The tree also indicates what an amazing and unique being you truly are. The tree of life can also symbolize your family and is in its connection through its intricate branches and roots. Life grows and the generations are interconnected throughout our ever-expanding branches, such as those who went before us and those who will come after, such as grandparents, parents, ourselves, children, and grandchildren. It is always important to pay attention to the tree. Notice in which direction it grows and the twists and turns the branches have developed. The tree is a symbol of your life's path and the challenges and achievements you will have and reach in your life. The knowledge of the past and the present is strongly rooted within this tree. When you look at this psychic card, know and feel in your heart that your connection to the universe is growing and expanding. So you are aligned with what went before you and what will go ahead of you. It wants you to know there are greater things to come in your life. Thus, it is very important to pay attention to the sacred knowledge that is available to you at this time. You are a tree of wealth and knowledge. Listen to the universe so that your gifts will be unveiled. And so, Max, you know how I was saying, baby, go spend time out in nature where you get grounded. I want you to think of doing this to try and ground yourself. Think of being outside in your yard, in grass. You can walk barefooted, but you don't have to. Some would encourage you to do that, though. If you want, sit in a chair, and think of your feet being planted flat in the grass. And as you're sitting there, think of vines coming out of both your feet. And they're coming down, going into Mother Earth, deep into the core of Mother Earth. And as it's going into the ground below your feet, think of there being like different rocks, crystals being in the ground. Think of those vines below your feet that's coming out, wrapping around those crystals or those rocks in the ground. That will help ground you, keep you centered, especially when you try and astral travel. You know, if you don't ground yourself, you may find that you come out of it quicker than what you want. You may find, I've heard people say they get lost, even others, you know, they get sick. They wake up and they feel dizzy, they feel lightheaded. You know, they don't feel right. And that's why they don't ever try and go through it again. But grounding yourself like that, like I do that, even before I do my streams and do my readings, um, just in general, because of me working in the spirit world, doing exactly what I do, I have to make sure my spirit, my soul is grounded with Mother Earth. Because just like this tree, you know, you're a part of this tree, and I'm also part of this tree. We're all part of this tree of life. When you think of all of us, you know, we're like borrowing this, what I call this clown suit, which is our physical body. When we leave our physical body and go into the afterlife, we're just a ball of energy, which is like the spirit orbs I see. When you think of all those spirit orbs coming together, we come back together and are connected as one, like this tree and all the branches that come off of it. You know, we're like part of each branch and the roots in the ground. So think of yourself being like this tree, being rooted in the ground. And so when you're done like trying to get yourself grounded, putting up your psychic shield, and when you're done, you know, trying to open that door to meditate, to astral travel, or tap into any of your other psychic abilities that are there, that's when you go through and you pull the vines back out of the ground and put them back into your feet. Like think of the vines just going back up your legs and sealing your feet off and the ground closing beneath your feet. That's how you like disconnect. So you don't leave anything open. Because in a sense, it's almost like opening, at least for me, it's like opening a doorway to the other side. Because you're leaning on the divine, if you believe in the divine, you know, the deity or the archangels, your spirit guides, your passed over loved ones, all of them being there, helping you and guiding you. So you want to make sure you close that door and release yourself. And once you're done, um, going through and, you know, trying the astral travel, whatever, and like all your, you know, the angels you call in to help you, to help protect you, you also want to release them back, you know, into the spirit world. Because again, you don't want to leave any doors open where they can come through and you can allow other entities and spirits come through that you may not want. Because what you got to understand, Max, is whenever you open that door, anything can come through. Anything. Good, bad, evil, negative. If they want to come forward, they will. And that's why you have to shield yourself. That's why it's that much more important. But you're relying on your archangels to protect you, to shield you, to keep you safe, to not allow anything to come towards you. But it still doesn't mean that something negative or evil that you would not want can't still step forward to. Because they can and they will, if you allow them to. So be mindful of that. What I would say to you, Max, is make sure you're ready. Make sure you're mentally, emotionally, and spiritually ready for this. You know, you don't want to dive into this head first. You want to get as much knowledge, you know, a big grasp, understanding the basic knowledge at the minimum of what could possibly happen. So you're prepared. You don't want to go in there blindsided and then something happened and then you're like, what the hell was that? And it scare you. You know, I don't want you to go in there unprepared. I don't want you to be scared. You know, and that's what ends up throwing people off is they want to dive in their head first and then they come back finding out, no, I didn't like that experience. No, I don't ever want to do it again. And they won't ever try and pursue it. And that's a shame, you know. So I try and encourage people to do as much research, get as much knowledge, get as much basic understanding of all the different types of psychic abilities, because another thing that can happen that people don't understand, like think of people who want to talk to their passed over loved ones. They want to do mediumship is what it's called. And they try and strengthen their abilities. They try and open that door to allow those abilities to surface, but they come back and find out that they can't do the mediumship. But instead, they come back and finding out they're a psychic empath. And that's one that a lot of people don't like, including myself. Like, it's not my favorite ability. Um, it has its purposes, don't get me wrong, but it's my least favorite. I wish I didn't feel everyone's energies, you know, the way I do feel people's emotions. I wish I, you know, didn't have to feel it. And there's times that I feel it unknowingly, where I've had it happen even from a far distance, where I have felt people who weren't in the same room with me. They would be like 2 hours away from me, and then I would feel them. I would know, you know, what they're experiencing, but I may not know it at that exact time. But I'll find out like a day or two later what happened. And then I'm like blown away, like what? Like I've had that happen with one of my siblings over a year ago. So be mindful of that. And let me get a few more messages for you, baby. From the universe to help you here. Spirit, can I get a few more messages, please, for Max? All right, Spirit. What positive messages do you have? All right, first one, Max, is your time is coming. Everything is coming together for you, but you must meet the universe halfway. Hold only a bright and happy vision of yourself with successful outcomes, and don't allow your fears or insecurities to stand in your way. So don't have any fears or doubts or insecurities. Believe that everything the universe has planned for you is coming towards you. And it's going to be positive. Don't, always feel like it's going to be something bad or negative. Think of it in a positive light. It's all coming towards you and it's all aligning the way it's meant to for your greatest good. All right, Spirit, what else? The next one is opportunities will soon knock at your door. Debt will be wiped clean and your bills will be paid in full. Your finances are about to change. So, sounds like to me again, baby, you're going to be blessed with some type of material or financial abundance. And that's a great blessing. So be on the lookout for it. Okay, this doesn't mean like, suddenly $1 million is going to drop in your lap out of nowhere. That's not what this means. But it means that you might be gifted with some unexpected money that you never, saw coming. Someone could gift it to you. You just may suddenly get a check in the mail that you weren't expecting. That might even just be a few $100s, something that could wipe out one of your debts to kind of help ease the pain of any debts you may have that you're having to keep up with. All right, one more, Spirit. Okay. The last one here, Max, for you is no act of kindness is ever wasted. Some of the kindest people you will ever meet have been through hell and back themselves. That strengthens their compassion and empathy. If this is describing you, keep being the beautiful soul that you are and shine bright. Know that all your acts of kindness, your good deeds, don't go unnoticed. And, don't allow anyone to kind of sway you from operating in this energy and being loving and compassionate and being kind to others and being there to help, offer your attention, your time, your support, and whatever it is that maybe someone may need from you at the moment. If you have it to offer, be willing. Don't allow the world to turn your heart dark, is what Spirit wants to remind you of. And that's what I have for you, Max, for your reading, baby. I hope this reading has resonated for you. I hope it's helped to guide you, baby. I hope it's helped to answer any of those questions. Things you were concerned about that might have been worrying you, that might have even been confusing for you. I hope it's helped to shed some light and to put any fears, doubts, or worries to rest, and giving you a reason to hope and to have light and love in your life to help you guide your way forward, that there is a path forward for you. If you just stay positive and stay focused and determined, anything's possible. And that's what the universe and spirit wants you to know, Max. And these gifts that you have, again, baby, some of these gifts are very powerful. Use them, to help people. Use them, to help yourself first. Learn them. And once you come into learning them, use them to help others. It's a blessing, but it can also be a great responsibility at the same time, too. So I hope this has really provided that insight for you, Max. And I want to say thank you to you for trusting me to read for you. It's been a great honor and a pleasure, Max, getting to know you and being in your energy. Your energy is very beautiful. I want you to know that. I could tell you're a very loving, kind soul. I feel like you're an old soul, too. I feel like you've been here many times before. Um, it wouldn't even surprise me. For some reason, I get the inkling, possibly you and I have shared a past life together. I don't know why I'm getting that, but I do pick that up, Max. So thank you again, baby. All right, let me put these cards up. Cool beans. What are y'all talking about? It's hot. You got a weird feeling when you saw my live. What do you mean, baby? What weird feeling did you get? If you don't mind describing it to me. I'm curious to know. Oh, okay, baby. Well, Max, baby, I hope you come back and see me and let me know how things are going for you. Stay in touch, baby. And the next time you come back, maybe you can share with me about that weird feeling you got when you first came across my live. You piqued my curiosity. So sweet dreams to you, baby. Whew. I got hot all of a sudden. Oh, okay. I understand, baby. Something told you to stop and listen to me for a minute. That's not coincidence, baby. I'm happy you stopped by, though. I really am. No, Karen, and I thought about her the other day, and I'm so sorry. Those 3 days I had off, I slept. I slept the first 2 days, around the clock pretty much. I was that exhausted again. I didn't have any energy until like the afternoon before I came back to stream. Um, and I hate that because I'm even trying to figure out if maybe I need to take a third day off because I'm just getting so wiped that I just want to sleep the first couple of days to recharge. And then after that, you know, the third day, then I would be able to get up and do some things that I want to do and things I need to do and get done. So no, beautiful, I haven't yet. I'm really planning on getting to it. Because I want to spend some time. I got to get myself in that deep meditative state to see if I can connect to her, to see if she'll come forward. And then see what she has to say, if she will speak to me. And then pull some cards. And then I'll let you know, beautiful. Hello, Cameron. Or Carmen. Hello, Lilith. Sweetheart, my readings are $30 US. If you want to ask me any questions, then it's going to be $30 US for me to do any kind of reading for you, honey. Oh, I'm not, Bob. I know I still got a couple more days to go. So let's see. Yeah, we got Friday night and Saturday night, and then if I do Sunday night with the spiritual church thing, which is something I really want to do, but I might postpone that for a week because I want to do some research first before we all get out there and have all these people come from other religions, but specifically Christianity, preaching. So I think there's certain things we should all talk about first, the basics, get that out of the way, and then get into it a little bit deeper. So I'm waiting to see. Hello, Katsumoto. Yeah, I know, Bob. I want them to tell me too. I wants to come in here and preach. Like I said, I'll be open to listen. They're just not going to like what I have to say. I know that they're going to go through and, you know, unless they have, you know, a little bit of curiosity with an open mind, they're all going to argue with us and pull out the scripture. So that's what I'm waiting on. Hi, Sophia. So I know it's going to start some tensions. Going to be some arguments with people. I already feel that coming. I just hope it doesn't get to be too bad. But I guess that's where we can time people out too. went. Oh, Fits by me, you're so funny. Oh, I know. Mommy and Daddy must have locked you up in the basement again, you poor thing. I hate it for you. I know. You're so miserable having to be locked behind the screen because people bully you and they talk bad about you. Nobody likes you. Oh, let's see. And let's see, you're probably a man child. So that means you're, not able to financially support yourself. So you're having to live at home in mommy and daddy's basement. Oh, I'm so sorry. Darn. Mommy must have locked you up in your cage again. Oh my goodness. You crazy fool. Acting a fool with me. You really think you're gonna hurt my feelings? You wish I looked 80. You're just mad because you don't stand a chance with me. Hello, Jason. How you doing? People crack me up. Come here, act a fool. Oops. That's tapping something. Interesting. Well, my beautiful people. Let me see something really quick. Ouch. Cool beans. Excuse me. Oh, I'm gonna have some new love oracle decks today. Or at least I should. No, Bob. Baby, I appreciate you being here with me. Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down. That way we can all come back tonight. So I can get some sleep too. And sweet dreams to you too, Bob. So I'm gonna say good night to everyone. Or good more night, as beautiful Diane says. I hope y'all have a wonderful, beautiful Friday today, wherever y'all are at in the world. I hope to see y'all back here tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, as I will be here to do another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot. Until then, beautiful people, have a wonderful day. Sweet dreams. Love y'all too. Good night, Karen. Good night, everybody. Bye.